All right, guys. I may or may not listen to music. I don't know. Kind of depends if people are watching. But we are going to start this week's full week backtest. I guess I didn't backtest yesterday. Dang it. So that's okay. That's why I'm here today. I'm gonna backtest yesterday, and yeah. Also put in any notes for today. So I'm gonna get out another tab here so I can have SMTs. How did I want to do it? Right, I was gonna have on this screen, I was gonna have it be split ES and YM. Hey, hey, what up? Someone's here. Hey, what's up? I just started the stream. Sorry. Backtesting SMT screen. Okay, I'm actually gonna take out my AirPods because I kind of want to be more engaging this stream. So, yeah, we're just gonna be jumping into things, seeing what we can learn. Um, so I'm getting a better way of setting this up where I'm gonna have SMP and YM on this screen split, so that way I can identify if there were any SMTs at any given time, and then we're just gonna start taking notes, figure out what we had going on and this week, and see what we can learn. There's always something new to learn. So with that, guys, let's get started here. If you guys ever have any questions or thoughts or want me to comment on something, just let me know, and I'm fair game, bro. At any point, guys, if you want me to comment or say anything about anything. Let's also get the ghost of the machine indicator out. Let me switch back so you can see, and then put SMT with NQ and SMT with YM, and this one, same thing, goes to the machine, and SMT indicator with NQ and ES. And then this one, this must be an old version. Let's just copy this over. Okay. And then on the main screen, if we need to check it, we'll check it. Okay. So, and you know what? We could actually just duplicate this and bring this over. Trust me, we'll get started, guys, in just a second. I'm just figuring out where to start here. So, clearly a high resistant curve. Let's start out on the daily. Clearly a high resistant curve. And we are now caving back in on ourselves. A big reason why is this from here has been a giant model to the upside, right? So, you know what? Just for fun, let's start on the high time frame, and let's start out with this, right? I want to just explain kind of like why logically what happened the way that it did, okay? So let's start out with this. We had a weekly gap. This is the only logical weekly gap in price anywhere besides here, which we used that 1, 2, 3 times already, so it's kind of all used up. This is the only logical weekly gap, okay? Weekly, I'm using it as a implied gap, my version of implied gaps. Right? So I want to start out over here because it gives the context of what's going on the high time frame nowadays, right? It gives the context. Right? Weekly gap And then you have a daily inversion for value gap that came with an outside bar. That souped the true open. I'll show you what I mean. But this is important because it gives the context of why we are getting a retrace over here. Okay. So you have this higher time frame model accumulation. See how true year open, it gets souped on that outside bar. And then also, what's it called? There's a true 3-month open, or maybe it was true week open that got souped. I can't remember. Okay, April 3rd, and then it was, let's see. So this is the I would say this is like the, well, maybe it's the monthly daily. Yeah, it's kind of the monthly daily. Was this a monthly gap? Yeah, I'm aligning the weekly with the daily here. And then, where's the other true open? Once again, I just want to give the context of like where we're at, like why we're doing what we're doing on the high time frame. And with that high time frame context, it'll explain kind of where we're at. So it's April 3rd. Where's the true 3-month? It'd be like January or something. Yeah. So hopefully you see this. It's both an inversion for value gap and an outside bar. Okay. This is the outside bar right here. So now we can get rid of that. And then project out this inversion, okay? There's 4, there's 7, there's 8. From the entry to here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? You see that? So this is the context kind of why this is the high, okay? And you can see 4 projections is right there. Isn't that beautiful? Do you still use Dodgy Indicator? Yeah, I will. I actually have alerts on it going off during my live trading windows. I will look at it every once in a while, but it's mostly just for me. It's a what's the word? I use it as a confluence to identify like we could be getting a trade here or not. I don't take the signals because I think at the end of the day, that indicator, you have to be able to know what good setups look like anyways. And so at the end of the day, I just use it as a confluence. Helps me find setups, but at the end of the day, I'm the one that has to decide, like, is this a good setup, you know? Right, so hopefully you can see how perfect this was. I was trying to get this across, okay? That this weekly gap, we use it, we get an external sweep of these equal lows, internal sweep of this low. And I'm starting over here because it gives the context of what's happening over here. That's why. Isn't that cool how that was exactly 8 projections up to that high? Boom. So there's your internal sweep. Maybe let's just have it be on the left. Right. And then there's an outside bar here that comes with the inversion. So once again, this is just where I wanted to start out because the context for why do we go up here, it's very, very important. I believe this was an outside bar. If it wasn't, I'd be shocked. Wait, it might not have been. Actually, it wasn't. It was 8-hour outside bar. Either way, it's kind of like a little arbitrary. The point is that we go up nicely there. So you can see the accumulation range, manipulation, distribution. Low resistant run of all these highs, right? Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is we go exactly 8 projections. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so sorry if I'm not talking a lot. I'm trying to get this marked out how I want to. And then what happens? Now we're high resistant again. It's like deja vu. Like once we finally come up far enough, there's no more low resistant runs, so we just start losing momentum and, well, going lower. Let's put this on Saturday, and we'll just have this be weekly, daily model. But in reality, I'm just gonna put it in the monthly, daily. Right. So, yep, very logical. Why did this happen? This was accumulation, manipulation, distribution. Hopefully you guys can see that, right? I mean, accumulation range, internal and external sweeps, manipulation, outside bar at the low on the daily. I remember seeing that. I remember when that happened. That would have been the swing trade of the century right there. I mean, not the century, but you know what I mean. Like it was a swing trade, really nice swing trade off that daily outside bar. Now you would be anticipating that gap to break, but it did work. And if you think this is hindsight, I hate to break it to you, but this is not hindsight. I actually had this whole model framed since the very beginning, actually. Um, I've been watching this since the very beginning, so this is not hindsight at all. Look, I mean, so I was saying, like, we need to get that external gap inversed, and then we inverse it. This is just on one of the charts, though. Like, we went higher. And then I was saying, we'll probably run back up to that old bearish SMT. I mean, if you go to the... Yeah, same idea. Like, I was looking at this, I was thinking we're just going to go up here. I mean, and then this makes it really obvious. Like I said, was this the yearly? What was the one I was just looking at? Right, all the way over here. You guys see how I was projecting this out this whole time? Like I've been aware of this whole time. This model that we were gonna go run through all those highs. Look at that 0.25 of that propulsion block. That was beautiful. It's like, man, it's crazy. People think these markets aren't predictable. Okay, so this gives us the context for what is happening right now, right? Should I call it a weekly daily model or a monthly daily model? It really is not it's not a monthly daily, it's a weekly daily, so I'm gonna call it a weekly daily. But yeah, because I don't need to align it with the monthly, I can align it with the weekly. Where's the is there a way to change the border? What's comment? Oh, that looks ugly. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. Wow, that's cool. That's clean. Right, you see the sell side of the curve. And And then the low resistant liquidity run, or buy side of the curve here in this case. I almost wonder if it's better to keep that on up there, or maybe it's better not even to have it. I already have it marked out here. This is the perfect example of a low resistant liquidity run, right? What did I just save that as? It doesn't matter. Anyway, now go over to the other side of the chart. Oh, one more thing. Let's check our GB range. Let's shift it up. Beautiful. Wow. Y'all see that, right? You have a low dealing range there. Artificially generated lows right here, equal lows. You have a fair value gap, a weekly fair value gap PD array at the low. This literally perfectly fits in this dealing range, right? The top of this LRLR perfectly at the equilibrium of this dealing range. You guys see how that fits? So this is on the 6561, okay? So 6561 low right here. External sweep here of equal lows. Artificially placed at the at the 6561 low. right? And you got this lower resistant run here. Turn this up. And then up to where? Dealing range high. So this is shifted by 3/8. But you can do that. That is 100% valid. That's, I mean, same reason you can use 0.375 of an RTH gap. You can shift a gold block range by 0.375. And then the equilibrium price point of the dealing range, check this out. It's the exact place the LRLR starts. Market maker buy model in context with Goldbach. Right. Okay. So now what's happening? We've came up into the extension. And we're falling back within what? This void. Okay. Where's the true 3-month open? See if my indicator will tell me. It's right here. Okay. So here's our true 3-month open. That's April. Man, I love trading. It's so fun. So cool to learn what happened and stuff. If you're April 24th there. You have a sell model off of the 6561. Okay. Extension. Perfectly at 8 projections. Okay. So this is what I mean when I said the context of the prior model is important to understand what's going on right now. It's actually very important. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. You know, I just thought of something. I wonder if there's like an RTH gap for the year. Like, Probably not. I don't think there would be. But now I'm curious. Like, is the volume the same throughout the entire year? So, guys, what is an RTH gap? Think about it. Why does RTH gap work? It's because you have basically you have more volume in New York and less volume overnight. So what does that creates a vacuum essentially, because it's going to go back to seek towards that old New York price action, right? Now, as far as I can tell here, the volume looks evenly distributed. Besides, like, these extremes. And also, isn't it crazy that April was the manipulation for both years? That's interesting. We can get rid of volume now. I didn't see anything that looked an abnormal increase of, that looked like an abnormal increase of volume. So you have this new week opening gap here, or weekly volume imbalance more specifically. And this is something to pay attention to, and it's very similar to what happened last time. This is deja vu, the exact same thing, okay? You get a weekly volume balance, push back up into it, high resistant curve. This is actually a very valuable lesson, because I think this is going to repeat in the market quite a bit, especially on the high time frame. I mean, this is literally deja vu. So we can get rid of some stuff here. I want to focus on the high resistant run, because, well, I think it's helpful to understand kind of like the current high resistant run that's happening. So we're not going to be focused on this or 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 this. And yes, we'll get to the low time frame stuff, but I don't know, more interested in learning about the high time frame right now. So you have the 6561 low. You have this weekly gap that was unmitigated before. You have this new week opening gap. We could even check stat map real quick. I'm curious how stat map played a role. Man, every day I always learn something. It's like I get a little better every day I trade. Every day. Oh, I meant weekly volume imbalance. Okay. You have the January True Open. And this is really cool because you can start to see how the manipulation was used. We can get rid of the other weekly volume balance templates. Where is it? Yeah, you end up having this weekly volume balance. And this is important to understand the high resistant liquidity run that's going on right now. Okay. You can see it's very similar. The way the market is using this grappling onto it, and then creating a high resistant run. And then you kind of have, I think if I remember correctly, you have like a stack of RTH gaps below. But we could look at that in a second. And then here's our true 3-month open. Where's our true month open here? Oh, it's going to be Sunday, 18 o'clock, whatever that is. And you can see how that gets used, right? So weekly volume balance here, high resistant curve. Down to the unmitigated, or it was unmitigated. I'm going to call it unmitigated because it was. That was kind of the draw, right? Now we're back above true year open, okay? And we should really be looking at S&Ts because they are important. They will paint an important picture for us for what actually is going on. Oh, I need to update the dividers so that way so that way they just show all four. Man, now I'm wanting to code this, but I'm just gonna put a note in my phone to code it. Need to update my quarter dividers indicator to include all quarters, but just have the start of Q1 and the start of Q4, which will be the same, the start and end of a cycle. Just have that one be white. Okay. Anyway, I can just manually check for S&Ts. And then we can manually see if they were time-based or not. So there's definitely S&T with YM. Okay, that's the first thing. Is there's 1000% S&T with YM. That occurs with this high. I think it's a SMT with first quarter of. I also just realized this is not the true open. My true open indicator not working? Because it should be July, right? Or August. No, it should be August. Let me check my spreadsheet. Not my spreadsheet, my true open document. Oh, it probably hasn't formed yet. It's probably like really close to forming. July 24th. Oh, it's today. That's why. Okay. Anyway. Right. So yeah, high resistant run here, high resistant run here. And hopefully you can see what's in common with both of them, right? It's just push up into those weekly volume bounds, utilize it, deliver lower. Very, very similar thing. Like almost the exact same. I'm gonna just put this in the general one because I don't know where to put it. Yeah, same thing here. Weekly volume balance. I want to update. Maybe ChatGPT can help us update it. But the quarterly divider is not working. Oh. Okay, this might actually end up me coding a little bit. Just really quickly, I want to, since no one's really watching anyway, I don't really care. Let's see how if it's fast, then cool. If it's not fast, then whatever. I want it to plot out quarters. Anyone else been getting chopped to shreds in July? Yeah, July, it's been tricky. I do think that there's always going to be good trades at all. Like, I think that there's always opportunity, but it's not always easy to capitalize it, and it's easy to fall trap to a lot of bad trades at any point in the year. I mean, it's just, in my opinion, it's just different conditions at different times. And so you just have to understand those conditions and trade accordingly. I'm trying to fix this indicator right now. Hey, what up, Morgan Gibson? How's it going, bro? Yeah, I'm right now. I kind of, since no one was watching, I'm kind of taking a little tangent side quest to fix my indicator because I want to fix this. I want white vertical lines at the start and end of each quarter, and Q2, Q3, and Q4 lines to be or Q2 and Q3. Would it just be Q1 and it would be Q4. Eventually, I want ChatGPT to code cantinas. Eventually, so. Okay, let's just keep backtesting. Hopefully that can fix it. So, I love this, the way that we use this. Did I already? I'm forgetting to save these. Oh, I've been forgetting to save these screenshots to my folder. Dang it. So, documents, let's go ahead and add this. All right, I saved all those. Let's see if ChatGPT's done. Actually, I think it would alert me if it was done. Okay, it's still working on it. Back to what I was doing. We will get to backtesting for actual like trades within the week, but I'm just more interested in this higher time frame stuff right now. So I haven't looked at it in quite a bit. It's interesting. You almost have two different high resistant curves. You have the first one up here, and then a lower. It's almost like high resistant on top of high resistant liquidity. Like this one, and then this one. Very interesting, honestly. And I think this one was using a daily suspension block. Let's see if that's true. It's like I don't even know if you consider that a daily suspension block or like it's just weird. Daily imbalance. Maybe you consider it a 4-hour suspension block. Or maybe the daily suspension block's right here. I thought there was one. I don't know. ChatGPT done yet? Not yet. Well, it's always interesting to see like what we can learn. I mean, you could maybe consider this a suspension block. We obviously used it. If you do consider it a suspension block, is it valid? Kind of looks like it. Anyway, clearly it's two different high resistant curves. Where was the month prior's true open? The month prior was June. Let's go and find June's true open. So it's not that. There's the first Sunday. There's the second Sunday. That's fitting. What's up, Skeeto? How are you, bro? Sorry if I'm not talking a lot, guys. I'm just getting the back testing in, you know. I don't know. Sometimes I don't really know what to talk about, so we're just kind of chilling. But yeah, we have a high resistant curve here. High resistant, meaning every time we push up against it, we're failing to get through, and then we're delivering back towards to fill in this. But yeah, like hopefully this stream's not too boring, but it's whatever. It's not that big a deal. Screenshotting this. How are you? I'm fine. You know, every day you walk through the fires of life, but you learn a little bit, you improve a little bit, you adapt, you evolve, you grow, and over time, you hopefully become the version of yourself you want to be, and that's where I'm going. So yeah, let's save this. Let's save this as just multiple high resistant runs here. But yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good. Just keep going. ChatGPT's still not done with this. Hopefully it makes it really good. I feel you on that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like every day, just sometimes things can be frustrating, but just keep going. Do you trade ICT? I trade basically everything that makes sense. So that could be ICT, but I also trade order flow. I combine everything. Once again, within the trading world, everything's gate kept and hidden anyways. So I backtest and do what's valid according to my backtesting. I don't I do what actually works, and ICT works, order flow works, they both work. I use both. You'll see me doing ICT stuff, but I will look at order flow from time to time or whatever. But I also have my own like ways of like looking at the market through ICT's lens that maybe not even traditional ICT people do. I just do it kind of what makes sense to me based off of my almost 3 years now of being in the markets. So what was this? 4-hour implied gap. My version of once again, this is a perfect example. Like this, ICT would not consider this an implied gap. This is my version of implied gaps. You trade IFGs. Yeah, IFGs are goated. Is it not? It's ChatGPT's still not done. Dang. But yeah, I have my own way of doing things, and I go off of what I've learned from my backtesting and studies of the market. Because at the end of the day, everything's gatekept and no one tells the truth. So the only way to find truth is to really just dive into the markets yourself and kind of figure things out. That's what I do. That's what I do every day. That's what I've been doing for 3 years. So once again, this is not the ICT implied gap. It's mine. It's different. So you have this market maker sell model here. We talked about this going into last week. Classic, midweek reversal, weekly profile. We ended up having SMT here. Hey, is it done? It says it's done. Let's see if it works now. All right, let's try this. I got so much extra time, I started learning meme coins on the side. The studies of meme coins. I don't know why, that's just so funny to me. Like, meme coins as a study, as like a financial study. Like, imagine the class in college on meme coins. That would actually be hilarious. No, but I mean, people can make money in meme coins. I mean, yeah, it happens. You kind of, it's a lot of social understanding a little bit too, and like, but hey, that's cool, bro. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the indicator. I was gonna update it. Okay, let's see if it works. Hey, whoa. That's not bad, actually. Wait, that's actually not bad at all. Hold on. I actually really like that. Yeah, because it tells you when the cycle start is. That's super helpful, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually super helpful. I made this quarterly theory indicator updated. This is awesome. I don't like how bold this line is. Is there a way to make it not so bold? Oh yeah, that's simple solution. Just change the fade. What up, Javier? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. What's that? Dude, this is awesome. Perfect. That was, I don't know what happened, but like I said, they updated ChatGPT and now it's just unstoppable. So, I mean, hey, I'm not complaining, but this is really nice because Day has his own quarterly theory indicator, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it because one, the markets could be AMDX or XAMD, and his quarterly theory indicator is every single time gray, red, green, blue, assuming it's always going to be AMDX. It's like, no, it's not. So I don't like that way of looking at it. I like my version. And yeah, so I like my indicator better. This is nice though, I can't lie. And I can just toggle it off and I compare it with my other true open indicator as well, which is this. Coding IC. Yeah, I really just wanted to fix it real quick, and I I ended up going on a little side quest, but yeah, I just coded this. I just fixed it. Yeah, this is nice. This is really, really nice. This is probably my I love how I can combine these here. Wow, that's cool. That's actually so sweet. And maybe we even turn the opacity down even more, like 33%. Let's see if that looks good or not. Nah. Let's just keep it like this then. Wow, that is exciting. So that eventually I'll release that as well for anyone who wants to be in the membership. You can get access to all my indicators with the membership. So just FYI. Yo, new to this channel. Why not on NinjaTrader? What do you mean? Why am I not on NinjaTrader? Oh, why not try it on NinjaTrader? Will the code work the same on NinjaTrader? What up, LMAO Ank 1T? How's it going, bro? Nice to meet you, bro. Get true data. I don't exactly know what you mean by that, but I'm interested to try it. I don't, like I said, I don't know like what you mean by true data. Like, is the data different? Anyway, let's go on to the next thing, guys. Let's go on to the next thing. I think right now what I want to look at is this 4-hour implied gap. I know we were looking at the high time frame, but I want to look at this week in general now. I think we're at the point where let's just look at this week, okay? So, dropping down, we had, this was our PD array for the week. It was a 4-hour implied fair value gap. My version of implied gaps, once again, different than ICT's version. Transcribe it. Okay, well, that's something I'm interested in for sure. But the way I get it is, instead of a normal gap, I imply it. So I'm implying it from this low to this high. The difference between that is a gap in price, right? A gap in the paint. So that's what I'm marking out here, is this 4-hour gap, implying it. So you can see how the market respects that. My version of implied gaps, okay? I have not made a short form video on that. Then you have a 4-hour rejection block, by the way, which is your Phoenix model. Bang. Just saying, that was nice. And then we'll get into this week. Let's look and see if there was SMT at this high. I believe there was. So I'm looking at my other screen for SMT. Should be with this high and this high. Yep, there most definitely is SMT. Okay. So now we can use the newly made quarter indicator. Turn it on for a week. And you go down to the 1 hour to see it. Oh yeah, the week's a weird one because the week is gonna be the quarter's gonna end on Thursday, and the new one starts. That is weird, honestly. But it's whatever. Okay. Okay, the week's just weird, but yeah, I think the week you still have to use Monday 18 o'clock because it needs to. The true week open needs to pair with an end dog. That's why, because just based off my back testing, that's just what it does. And then you have a 4 hour rejection block here. Once again, if you guys ever have any questions at any time, let me know, and I'm always willing to explain stuff. So you have this Phoenix model. Whoops, we can get rid of this now. We don't even need that. I would like to change this though from quarterly theory to quarter dividers. Oh yeah, this will be helpful for during the day, 100%. And you have your true day open there. Interesting. It was basically what's it called? New York reversal. Turn this off for a second. Oh, not that one. Actually, yes, that one. Hopefully you guys can see this, right? We utilize this as our high time frame PD array. We push into this low time frame rejection block. This is a Phoenix model. Comes with SMT. Javier, do you like NinjaTrader better than TradingView and Tradeovate? Is it like way better? Curious. Very curious. And this might have been a yeah, this was a daily SSMT. Man, that's such a W to get that figured out today. The true open indicator. It's awesome. ChatGPT is like really good at coding. It's pretty cool. And you know, another thing I've kind of wondered is there a first limit for value gap of the week? Something I'm kind of curious about, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see the weekly profile here, right? Buy side of the curve, market maker sell model, sell side of the curve. Then we even go above the 7:30 true session open on Wednesday. And then your even lower time frame true open. So every true open gets manipulated into this rejection block. You know what I would be curious about is like coding indicators, like that does Phoenix model. Also, you'll note that we're in the upper octile of premium. We are actually even in the upper 16th. So I just made this new template for exactly this, and this is something I'm going to be looking at more often. I'm going to ask ChatGPT real quick what it's called. So quarters are called quartiles. Eighths are called octiles. What are 16ths called? Hexadecimals. Hexadecimals. I don't know if I'm going to use that. We'll use upper octal though. So upper octal premium, you see that? You even have upper 16th premium here. That's pretty sweet. And so when you pair that, you can find a really high probability Phoenix. Pair that with true opens, I mean, sheesh. You're cooking. I mean, Phoenix model is genuinely one of the most powerful models out there. Yeah, midweek reversal profile this week. Whoops. Phoenix in upper hexadecimal premium. Yeah, hopefully it's pretty clear how this is a midweek reversal week, right? We have a accumulation Friday, Monday. This is really your manipulation. This on S&P, it's taking that high. So this is your manipulation. Your Judas swing. So once again, S&P is taking that high. Did I make a thumbnail for this video? I don't even know if I did. Also, we've been going for an hour and 18 minutes. That's cool. Manipulation. What's this, guys? Do you have a rejection block? 2022 model. Boom. Delivery lower. What's that? Reaper imbalance. It's pretty sweet. I mean, you could definitely get ChatGPT to code some of this stuff. I mean, I don't know how to code it, but you could get ChatGPT to. Very clear midweek reversal week. Hey, what up, Pry and Shoe? Raj, how are you, bro? Can we make own backtest website? You want me to make a website? Or do you want like us to, like, what do you mean by we? Like, you can make one, nothing's stopping you. That's completely up to you, bro. And honestly, guys, so this, in my opinion, this was kind of the I'm fine. What about you, bro? I'm good. In my opinion, this was the target of the week. So you have this, which is essentially low of week / data low. And I'm not even going to check if there's data, because once again, if it looks like that, I'm considering it data low. I always do that because typically on events like that, or on spikes like that, it just is. It's just a data low, regardless. And if it's not, then it's going to act like one. Yeah. Previous week's low and data low. Where are you from, bro? I'm from Idaho. Well, I'm actually from Washington. I grew up in Washington, and then my family moved here to Idaho. So, but yeah, I mean, really nice midweek reversal profile here. I mean, you can basically just go like this, okay? This is how you align time frames. You can align a this 4-hour implied gap with this 2022 model here. Are you Discord or any social media handle? Yeah, Discord. Links in my bio to my Discord. Go check that out if you want. So yeah, with this, guys, I would definitely consider just aligning this 2022 model. Aligning this. So for flow state, you can take a trade, a 2022 model trade, to align your time frame. So like if I wanted to take this as the 2022 model for flow state, I could do that. But you could also take this as a change in state. Anyway, I would consider this definitely flow state here on the weekly. When you go into this on the it's cool. When you go into this on the low time frame, you could see what time was that? That was during Asia session. There was definitely a low time frame trade off of that, right? So upper hexadecimal, what's it called? Hexadecile premium, and then upper octal premium, right? Oh, what am I doing? Let's get out SB Pro. That's right. That's what that's gonna be for. I want that screen. Okay, when I'm I have the whole backtesting setup figured out now. I know what I want to do. This is gonna be for SB Pro. This is gonna be for SMTs. This is gonna be for backtesting. This is gonna be for OBS. I got the whole thing figured out. Backtesting setup. Right screen, main screen, NQ. Left screen, SMP and ES and YM split screen. Center screen, OBS. Upper screen, SB Pro. Perfect. Every day just upgrading stuff. Like I've already upgraded 2 different things today. I've upgraded my setup for backtesting, and I got my true open indicator better, so that's pretty cool. Not true open, the quarterly divider indicator. Yeah, very clear flow state here. And then take this down to the objective. It's pretty sweet. Like, this is really powerful for options. Like, imagine options on this. That'd be incredible. I mean, I'm sure that fit in with gold box, so you could just target the gold box low, wherever that was. So let's go ahead and save this as 2045. flow state on Wednesday. Four-hour aligned with a 15-minute. Very high time frame. How am I doing the notation on Khufu stack? I did it earlier this week. Let's check. So I think the way we should notate Khufu stack is based off the first entry. And the time of that first entry. So you have this entry. You have this one. And then where's the breaker entry? Rejection block for value gap, and there's probably some kind of breaker. There's a few different ones. This, I guess that's really the only obvious, one of the only obvious breakers besides this. Let's just say that you use that one. So rejection block for value gap, breaker, bang. So we can notate it like this. First, let me mark this in the settings. So I'm gonna use 11:15 as the time of the entry. So it would be Wednesday. So I'll show you guys how I would notate it. Khufu stack classic. This would be Wednesday, 11:15. And then should I mark it all 3 times? It was also a 15-minute rejection block. Let's just rename it and then call the 15-minute one. Okay. But I don't need to align it with anything, honestly. So I'm just gonna call it 11:15 Khufu Stack Classic. I'm just gonna put in parentheses 15-minute. Maybe in the future I'll improve the notation, but for now I'm gonna have it be like that. Might take another break. Oh yeah, we're gonna see if it was a GB range. Do I have this favorited? Heck yeah. Oh man, what else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, the GB range. Where is that? I don't use that one anymore. That one might fit. It's too big. I do think it will fit in a range, though. I think that the rejection block for value gap and breaker will, but the low will be not quite at this low. It'll be up here. It's probably going to be shifted by 1.25 or 1.375. Yep. There you go. And actually, I think I'm doing the breaker wrong. Clearly, obviously. Wow, the breaker's not right there at all. Why is the fair value up there? Shouldn't it be there. Maybe it is too big. Sorry guys, I'm not talking a lot, but I'm just trying to see where this fits. Does this fit better? I meant the other way. Not really. But it's interesting because you do have a breaker right here that does get used nicely. Anyway, nice little rejection block partition there as well. It's not perfectly aligned though. That's okay though. Doesn't need to be. You also have a beautiful Reaper imbalance here. So let's just talk about that real quick. Yeah, 30-minute Reaper. After this, I'm going to use the bathroom. Once again, confluence being like, yo, we're still probably in we're upper quartile premium of the week. So that's pretty sweet. Look at that confluence there. See, like this is the type of stuff you discover from just backtesting and backtesting and backtesting. Once again, sorry if I'm not being interesting. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes this can be boring. Where is it? I haven't made it yet. What color should I make it? We could just do purple. Crazy. We're just getting new tools in our toolkit all the time. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. Hey, SB Pro's up. I didn't even honestly see that. Like, you guys see this? You have this giant range from here to here. I almost wonder if there's a way to go, like, okay, from a time perspective, how long was this? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you fit it, there's something about that. I don't know what. Wow, it's like a storm outside right now. That's crazy. What time was this at? Oh, wow, it's pre-market. That's pretty sweet. Was there absorption? Let's check. This would have been on Thursday, right? Okay, when was what? Yeah, that's a market open. So it's 8:30 market open. That was on the 24th. You have to go all the way back to the 23rd. Yeah. Okay, there should be a massive drop somewhere in here. Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, this is it. This is what we're looking for. Right here. Was there absorption? Oh yeah, there was. Wait. No, that would actually be the opposite of absorption. Anyway. Oh, I wonder if it's better to have it like that. That actually doesn't look bad. Dang. This is sweet. This is sweet, guys. And then what happened? This is a 30-minute Reaper. My guess is we got SMT here, and we got this inversion, okay? Let's check if there was an inversion there. I mean, if there was SMT there is what I meant to say. We'll also check to see if it's time-based. Maybe there was an SMT actually. Unless it was SMT with that high. Oh yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Kind of. Still though, it's still a pretty good trade. What is going on outside? I thought my eyes were tripping. I was like, what the heck is that? And I see, oh yeah, just a badly drawn out, it's just a size of 4. That's why it was the line was a size of 4. That's the basic inversion for value gap template I have. Let's check true opens. So midnight is already taken all the way over there. Well, we have another midnight right here. Oh, wow. That's pretty sweet. Wow. And this midnight gets used here. 730 is not really activated yet. So what's the true open? 130? 130 is all the way up there. That's definitely not used. Oh, that's perfect. Gotta love how time gets manipulated like that. Dang. Actually, don't mind it being white. Drag that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right at these lows. Bang. Once again, go off of the actual drawn liquidity. Like, where's the drawn liquidity? Okay, perfect. Bang. Literally all before the market opened. That's crazy. What is going on? Is there actually a storm or something? This is low of the week. That is awesome. That's a really sweet trade. Okay, I'm going to be taking a break for a bit. I'm not going to end the stream though, but I might be gone for a little bit. I don't know how long. What day was this? Thursday? Reaper Abyss. Reaper aligned with the 15-minute. Yeah, I'm going to take a break for a bit, guys. Okay. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back later. Once again, I don't know how long I'm going to be gone. I just need a little break, you know. Well, I'm still gonna be on a little bit of a break, so. Okay. Uh, I'll start backtesting again in like 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, this was sweet. I wonder if there was even a lower time frame version. Anyway, guys, should we get to the actual trades from Friday? Let's move on to Friday. And I will be listening to music now because, I don't know, it just seems like things have kind of died down and no one's really watching, so I'm just going to listen to music. $11 a.m. reversal, classic. Interesting. So it looks like we kind of stopped as soon as we took market open high. Once again, I treat that as a data high. I wonder if I could shorten this to just like M open. You guys see how these market open highs are really, really nice for draws and liquidity? That's interesting. Once again, there's really two kinds of reversals. There's your 10 a.m. and then your 11 a.m. So your 11 a.m. Dang. That's cool. Man, the better you get at reading markets and seeing stuff, it's like the more perfect you can tell it is. Like, wow, this is crazy. It's pretty sweet, honestly. For dodgy strat, what if we have multiple FVGs? Which inversion should we go off of? That is a great question, and I actually have a video coming out later this week on specifics about how to know which gap to take, and well, specifically the video that's coming out this week, short form vid, I'm talking about external gaps, and the problem is there's fair value gaps everywhere on the chart, right? Look at this chart. You could probably spot out like 300 fair value gaps. You know what I'm saying? And so for someone who is inexperienced in the market, or someone who comes to the trading world and looks at the chart and they're like, fair value gaps are stupid. There's fair value gaps everywhere, and look at all the ones that do work. Look at all the ones that don't. Look at all the ones that get inversed, and look at all the ones that don't get inversed and don't work. Someone who comes into the chart and says, wow, fair value gaps suck, inversion fair value gaps suck, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. To that's the thing about it is, like, for someone who's pretty new to the trading world, or someone who's not experienced in the trading world, when they come in, that's what they see, right? But what will happen is, when you study the charts long enough, you start to understand that gaps are important based off of context, right? And so you say, which gap should we go off of? The correct answer is, it's going to be a journey of discovery for yourself to figure out in what context do what gaps do what. For instance, right here, in the context of this gap, when we get aggressive displacement above an old high, I know the gap from here to here is not likely to be inversed. This gap is likely to be a 2022 model gap. You see what I'm saying? When we get aggressive displacement towards low resistant highs, I know this gap is likely to be a 2022 model. Once again, context. It's based off the context. Versus this gap here. This gap, when this gets I know that if this is to be inversed, that we're likely going to head up towards these low resistance highs, especially because we efficiently delivered this high time frame gap here. So when this gap inverses, I know it's a good inversion for value gap. So to answer your question, which gap should we go off of? It's going to come down, like a ton of it's going to come down to experience, okay? It's going to come down to experience, understanding the context of the chart, and what whether there's external gaps. And once again, I have a video that's going to come out on this later, but like if there's multiple gaps, wait for the simple answer. The simple answer is if there's multiple gaps, wait for all of them to get inversed before you take your trade. So for instance, if I want to get in on this low resistant run, now this would be kind of late. The closure on this is a little too high, but maybe you get in on a 30-second version, and then once all the external gaps are inversed, then you get in long. Let's find an example. Yeah, let's see. This inversion here, right? The nice thing is you do have an external gap here. So this is an external gap, right? Because it's a gap off to the left of the chart. And this is the internal gap, okay? When this gap gets inversed, I know we're at least probably going to go to this external gap. The question is, are we going to get through this external gap, or are we going to reject it? And what you do to be safe is you go break even in this external gap, because then on the chance we do reject it, it's just break even. But if it works out, you're up big time. So there is no easy answer to that question. What gap should we use? There's all kinds of gaps everywhere. Like this gap ended up being a 2022 model. There's no simple answer, right? The gaps are all based off of context. In this case, we're displacing, we're holding it, and then we're continuing, right? So it's a very much an experience thing. But the more you backtest, the more you'll realize which gaps do what under what context. Like if it's an instant V-shaped recovery after sweeping a low, this is a really good inversion. Now there might be an external gap, but as long as you go break even in that external gap, you're good. So I wish there was an easier answer. The simple answer, if I had to give a simple answer, I would say only enter on the gap once all the external gaps are inversed and there's no more external gaps. Only enter inversions when there's no more external gaps. So for instance, let's find an example of that. Only enter when there's no more external gaps. Let's find an example of that. Because I'm trying to get a good answer to your question. I mean, we could go to the daily chart. There's probably there's one on the daily chart, right? So this one, okay, I was just talking about this. See how there's no gaps at all? There's no daily gaps. I mean, there's this one, but this one's already been kind of used, so I wouldn't consider that an external gap per se. Now it kind of is, but it's not a very obvious one. So when we inverse this gap here, this is a good inversion for value gap. And yes, it's on the daily, but it's still a good inversion for value gap. Why? Because there's no external gaps. The first external gap kind of is this, and that's not even a gap really. I mean, it's not even a fair value gap. So there's no external gaps here. Versus, can you please help me define my narratives? I'm a little bit confused on the fine bias. Love from India. Yeah, like I've been saying, it's all based off of context, and there's honestly, bias is a very, very adaptive thing. Like, what you'll realize over time is you might end up starting bullish, and then the market starts reading differently, and you have to be adaptable. And what was the other example I was going to give? An example of an external gap. Right, so there's plenty of these examples where we'll start having a low resistant run, and then we'll hit an external gap and we'll reject it. So maybe here. Yeah, I guess here, right? This is perfect, okay? So you have a low resistant highs. You do have one external gap right here. So this inverses. This is actually the perfect example, right? Now, besides this, because this one, there was really obvious low resistant highs above, and we broke through it. Where's the next external gap? It's right here. So when we get to this external gap, if you haven't taken all off, which I would definitely recommend taking all off at this external gap, because it's right past this LRLR, then I would for sure be break even. But yeah, this is an example of, like, here's an inversion, okay, and then the target could be the external gap. Oh, man, what's wrong with that template? But yeah, the simple answer is wait for all the external gaps to be inversed. Now, in this case, you have an external gap here, but what did I say before, right? If you have an external gap, we should at least hit it. So you could just go break even when we hit that external gap. And then what do you notice? We actually would never go back to our break even spot once we hit this external gap. So you would actually be able to take profit at this final external gap, which is perfect. So, yeah, just wait for all the external gaps to inverse. But it's about context, and it's not easy, guys. It's not easy. If there's a simple answer, I wish I could give you a simple answer, but and then yeah, for the bias, I would say the main thing is frame your higher time frame models and go top down, and then go top down and go top down, and then be reactionary on market open. Look at how London swept, Asia swept, but man, it's not an easy answer. It really isn't. I feel bad. I feel like it did not give a good answer, but it's okay. Right, so you go break even at this first external gap. You have a low resistant liquidity curve. I wonder if we can consider this actually a 15-minute implied gap, because that would make things... not really. Can you please give me examples step by step of how to find bias? Yeah, I can do that. Let me finish this back test real quick. Let me finish this trade. So here in this case, we have two external gaps. You have external gap 2 this is the one that I would take all off at for sure, because this is the main target, right? And then you have external gap 1 here. There's only 2 external gaps. Okay. Yeah, once again, let me finish this. So this is a 1-minute inversion. External gap 2. If I analyze on the daily time frame, I don't need to go below the 15 time frame, right? You want to align time frames. So you might be on the daily. Once you figure everything out, what your bias is on the daily, drop down to a 4-hour, drop down to a 1-hour. Frame out models, right? So if you have a hourly gap, look for sweeps, manipulation out of it, and then a 5-minute change in state of delivery, or a 5-minute inversion out of it. Then use those higher time frame ideas to find lower time frame trades. You go top down. That's what top down analysis is, right? So then external gap 1. Bang. You see that? You see what I'm saying? This is kind of how you take this. Now, interestingly, if you go break even too soon, if you go break even before we hit the external gap, then you don't get this win, okay? Interesting, right? So don't go break even until we hit this external gap. Do you see that? See why external gaps are important, right? Let me finish this real quick. So I'll just have this be a 1-minute inversion at 10:50. Wow, right at the macro too. This was what day? Friday? Dang. Clean. Yeah, that's clean. If I mark out POIs on the 4-hour and 1-hour time frames, there will be too many of them. How do I know exact one will actually work? That is a great question. And don't mark out every POI. I don't think that's a good, like, I think you're going to give yourself a brain aneurysm if you do that. Mark out what's the most obvious one? What's the most relevant one? And start there, okay? Don't go for every single little one. Just start with the obvious one. Usually there'll be a pretty obvious one, like a giant 4-hour gap or something. Start with that one, and then whatever else next, you know? Bang, bro. This is really nice. You guys have to admit, this is like taking candy from a baby. This is beautiful, bro. I mean, I don't know if that's the right phrase. It's obviously hard, but you get what I'm trying to say? Like, dang. It's pretty sweet. Please, can you explain on the chart, please? I'm confused, to be honest. What do you want me to explain exactly? Like, which POI to use on that? How I would find daily bias? You want me to explain how I would find daily bias? In all honesty, I don't really have a, like, traditional daily bias. I have a idea of a framed model, but I don't force anything. But yeah, is that what you're asking? How I would find daily bias? We could start there. You want me to do that? I'm getting excited with this whole model here, but this is something else, right? This is an example of 11 AM reversal, and it's also textbook because okay, just let me finish this real quick. There are two main types of reversals. 11 AM and 10 AM. You can see this jump starts the 11 AM reversal right at the start of the 1050 macro. Reversal example. Okay. But pretty sweet how that 1050 macro kind of starts it. So, okay, let's just talk about it real quick. I'll probably get all that back out in a second, but let's say I'm trying to find bias for Friday. Let's just pretend we're going on the charts. It's Friday morning. What's my bias, okay? Well, I always go top down, so I'll go top down, high time frame down. So I'll be like, okay, first of all, what would I do? I would have this model that I framed. So I had a model framed from all the way back in from Thursday and Wednesday, and it was this, right? You can see there's just this obvious this gap on the chart between this low and this high. So this is my version of 4-hour implied gaps, or this is my version of implied gaps, okay? I just call it an implied gap. So 4-hour implied gap here, right? And this was my PD array for basically the week. This was the obvious one to me, right? So 4-hour gap. And then we had S&T with this high at the top of the gap. So already from the very beginning on the weekly chart, I'm already starting with framing a weekly model, okay? So I'm starting out on literally the weekly, and I'm cool with that, right? So you can kind of see here the beginnings of a midweek reversal weekly profile market maker sell model, okay? So that's kind of what I'm going into the bias for the week on Friday, okay? Next, my thought is, okay, have we hit our weekly objective? Friday, actually prior to market open, Friday does hit the weekly objective, which in my opinion was this low. Okay, so then I drop down. I say, okay. So now I'm like, okay, we actually hit our weekly objective, which once again, this data low, previous week's low. So we actually hit that. Okay, so now if we hit this weekly objective, this previous week's low, now I'm like, okay, we could get a reversal off of this, but I'm not going to assume that it's going to happen right away, right? If anything, we just might take out that low again. If it's going to reverse, it needs to come down, sweep out lows, and then get a change in state off a higher time frame gap. So what I'd probably do is, even though we took this, I would just say, okay, it's trending down. I would say we're probably going to just retake this low. So then I would probably just say we're going to reuse this gap here until there's enough of a model forming to the upside. So we're just trending, we're trending, we're trending, we're trending, we're trending. Oh, okay, so we actually did not hit previous week's low prior to market open. So with this model framed, I can take a trade going into market open on Friday. Okay, so it's a giant higher time frame market maker sell model. We inverse this. Here's a nice inversion for value gap. And we also have a retest of the inversion for value gap and an outside bar off of it. So this would be really high probability here. Down to previous week's low. There's no right answer, bro. Honestly, you just kind of have to. You just have to backtest, 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 forward test, forward test, forward test, practice, 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 and eventually things become more and more natural, you know? So there's no right answer. It just takes time. It takes a lot of time. Genuinely, there's really not a right answer. I like this outside bar though. I remember seeing this live. This was nice. I got faked out on the long though, which was kind of sad, honestly. So let's actually see real quick. Was there a man? Now I'm looking at market open, but that's okay. That's okay. I need to look at this too. Is there even SMT with this high? Like what? I don't think so. Cool thing is this is actually a first presented for value gap inversion. And then we come back, outside bar off of it. What a beautiful trade. Dang. It's amazing. Actually make this yellow. You guys see how that's an outside bar? So there was also almost certainly first strike as well. Just keep learning, keep going, keep going. No matter what you do, don't stop. Addicted to the shindig. You guys know the song? Probably. I don't know why you wouldn't. Probably, well, obviously. I thought there'd be SMT, honestly, but I guess not. Once again, project this out. See what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna have a video coming out on this later this week, but projections, pair it with draw. Like if the draw on liquidity is this, so this is, I'm gonna use 3 projections here instead of 4. Oh man, I did trade this. I did take this live, I think. I don't actually know. I tape read it, didn't I? That's fire. External sweep of the bodies. Even we're above midnight too. Anyway, I like that outside bar. But there's almost certainly first strike here, which just makes this so much cooler. You could also take this as a first center for value up inversion. Let's first mark this outside bar. On the 1 minute. Then let's mark out, let's say you took this first center for value up inversion, but you enter on a retest. That's kind of nice. I'm not gonna call it anything different. I still refer to inversion retest as just the same as inversions. Oh, whoops. I don't mind this. But realistically, what I would do is I'd wait for first strike. $937 00 1 P IFG 1 minute. It's gonna be an amazing first strike. I already know. Like perfect first strike. Yeah, wow. Did I mark it out wrong? Because I feel like we should have used that better. No, I don't think I did. If anything, I marked it out wrong because of that. Well, I think it's fine. Yeah, still a good trade. I mean, it does feel a little early, if I'm being honest, because usually you'll have some kind of internal sweep and you'll interact with it more, a little better than that, but yeah. It's okay. Oh, and then you have 928. There you go. Look at that. Picture perfect. Say cheese. That's cool. How do you like that? First strike. Bang. I have it in my notes that outside bar off first spin for flag is first strike, right? Because if it's not, I need to change it. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that's clean, especially after that candle as well. Yeah, look, you could target 8 projections even. It's a little more precise. Oh, let's see if there was an absorption there too. That would just be the cherry on the cake. What time was that at? So yeah, even though we don't interact with the first center flag up perfectly, it's still pretty good. Whoa! Am I seeing that right? When was that? 9:48. Wait, no. Was it 7:48? Let's see. Oh, am I looking at the wrong day? I am. Let's go back all the way to today. I mean, to Friday. I gotta learn how to convert between Central Time and Eastern Time. So Central Time is gonna be 1 hour earlier. Okay. Right. Okay, this is it. That's not, no, that's not it. It's up here. No, it's right here. Yeah, there's not really any specific absorption or anything, but still, I do like it. All right, I'm going back to listening to music because no one's here. Wow, it's a good trade. $9:38.25. First strike. 1 minute, 5 seconds. Was there any like new day opening gaps or anything? Now I'm curious. Okay, I want to go back to what I was looking at before this all started. I need to go back. Control Z. I'm gonna go all the way back. Will it not let me? Are you serious? Oh no, it's working. It's just taking a while. There we go. Okay. So. This is like gonna be literally the 11 a.m. reversal. A guide. Okay. This is probably one of the most textbook examples of 11 a.m. reversal. I mean, you have a first stage distribution and a second stage distribution. Hopefully you guys can see that, right? First stage distribution. Once again, this is right during 10:50 to 11:10 macro. Okay. Well, actually, yeah. 10:50 to the draw on liquidity, which is the external gap. And then you have, what's this? This is your Reaper gap here. So this is the perfect example of how market maker models work. We might need to go to the 30-second and figure out. Nope, that looks right. Okay. This is weird. It's a 1 hour gap aligned with a 1 minute. Oh man, I was gonna mark out the macro. Once again, I mark out macros from 1050 or from the start or from the entry to the draw or the end. So Jake trades at macro. The way my macros differ from like normal macros is I mark out macros from entry or start of macro to exit or end of macro. Mark this as Jake trades at macros. Do you see what I'm saying though? Like this is the draw right here, the start of the external gap. And so I end the macro at the draw. I don't need that yet. I'll get that later. I'm gonna go back to listening to music. Oh, my phone's gonna die, dang it. So yeah, here's what I wanted to show. This is the macro was a little side quest, but what I'm trying to show here is this 11 a.m. reversal idea. And I'm gonna put a little text box here. Oh, did I save this as an inversion yet? Let's go ahead and save it again. It's probably trade of the day. It's on Friday. Okay. Now, I'm kind of curious. Did we interact with true opens? Oh, you know, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have an indicator, not an indicator. Have a tool where if I drop something in, like if I drop a line, it puts all the true opens on the chart prior to that line for each cycle. I wonder, can you code your own tools? I gotta use the bathroom again. I'll be back. Yeah. Was there SMT? Oh, was there a midnight open? It's up there. But yes, there was SMT. In fact, it was Phoenix on YM. Not YM, ES. Man, this makes me want to have them out side by side. Let's just do that real quick. It's a good educational experience. Whoops. Just to see, like, how do they interact together, you know? Just look at that. How did S&P fill its gap? Oh, what the heck? That is not the right gap. It's over here. Not so far away then on this one. This one was actually a real fair value gap. We had already used it at during London session. Dang. Really fascinating. Wow. Why didn't we come fill that? Maybe it's actually a gap on the 5-minute. Yeah. But even that doesn't really fill it. Whatever. The point is, S&P gets this amazing Phoenix model, souping midnight. We're definitely below 730 on S&P. Man, there's definitely algorithms. It's all coded. I mean, people have it coded. I haven't gotten it yet, but maybe one day. And then you have I mean, if you think about it, rejection blocks beneath all the true opens. That's really where the power is, honestly. With SMT, I mean, you could definitely code that. Yeah, wow. You have a 90-minute time-based SMT. I want to delete some of these. Can I delete this? I'm not going to delete that one yet. Can I delete this? Yeah. Incredible. Let's get out the next one. Oh, that's so cool. I need the cycle below that. Oh, wow, this indicator is really helpful. Wow. Yeah, it's below everything. Is that right? Oh yeah, probably. $10.59. 10.36. Okay, 10.42 is not one. Oh, it's a low. Oh, it's a. So I need the. This is a 22.5 minute true open. I need the. I guess that is right. Man, that indicator is super helpful. You know what? I should publish it for my members. I don't know why. Well, I'm not like, I don't even know if I have a member right now, but if I did, give them access. You have to admit though, this is pretty cool. I mean, I need to name it. Phoenix below all the true opens. I'm pretty sure I did have a name. Oh, I could call it the ghost I could call it my ghost model. I like that. Because it's the ghost in the machine, so the ghost model. with at least one time-based SMT. Yeah, man, let's just switch over to the S&P. We're going on a little side quest. This is my new ghost model. Okay. What the heck? Where did it all go? I guess it's not. It's just local. Okay. Dang. Don't stop believing. You can do it, man. You can be a trader. But don't stop. This is what I want to do. This is my side quest, right? This model is called my ghost model. What is your bias looking like for tomorrow's open? Oh yeah, because I guess we'll be opening on Sunday at 18 o'clock. I'd have to pull up the high time frame. My guess is in general I think we're gonna be going lower. But I'd have to check the high time frame. That's something that I'll be looking at going forward this next week when I do my live trading. But right now I'm just backtesting. This is what I call my newest, maybe my most impressive model yet, the ghost model, where basically I'm taking there's three things, okay? It's my ghost model. Text box. Let's get an image of a ghost. What image of a ghost do I want? Transparent background. Let's just use this. That's not a transparent background. Thanks, definitely interested in hearing your ghost. I just kind of, just barely recently, not recently, just now kind of, well, I've had this idea in my head for a long time, but I'm just now, what's the word? I'm finally making the constraints for this idea. I've had this in my head. Like, this isn't the first time I just came up with it. Like, I've been thinking about something like this for a while, but I'm making the official constraints here. So, 1, below 4 consecutive true opens. 2, Phoenix model. 3, time-based SMT. Okay, this is really powerful, okay? Once again, I've you know, it's crossed my mind a lot, but it was the first time I'm like, yeah, this could definitely be a thing. Not the first time I thought this could definitely be a thing, but this is the first time I'm like, yeah, I gotta name this. It's like this type of effect. So, okay, so this, I've seen this happen quite a bit. That's why I'm saying use OI data. You mean AI? Yeah, I don't use OI. I don't know what you even mean by OI, but anyway, obvious target is this 801 high, so I'd probably just target that. Most likely that's actually you want to target since it's a giant rejection block, I just maybe target these highs, so I'll go like that. But even if you didn't, I mean, it still played out. I don't know what you mean by OI. Open interest from previous closing. Open interest is something that I've just recently started learning about, and I actually think it's very interesting. I don't use that, but I'd love to learn more about it, honestly. Alright, here's the Jake trades at Ghost model, okay? Do you trade MNQ or NQ? I trade MNQ, but I chart on NQ because that's where the most precise stuff's gonna be, and MNQ follows NQ anyway, so. But like, if I want precision, I'm gonna use NQ because MNQ can diverge, and I want to go off of like the biggest smart money, Okay. The Jake trades it Ghost model. I wonder if I search Jake trades it, is it gonna give me my own logo? Kind of. It kind of does. Yeah, I can just screenshot it from here. Jake trades it Ghost model. Bang. There you go, guys. Free sauce for anyone who's watching. Okay, screenshotting this, putting it in my folder for today. I have so many of these models and like ideas that I've never made public. Like I've never talked about so many different things that I've discovered in the market. I should probably make videos on them. Check OI data with pros and clients. Okay, wait. Tell me what the thing you want me to look at is. I will look at it, bro. I'm always interested in learning more. Open interest, OI data. Okay, I'm gonna put in my notes. Look into OI data, Shulk meta, what's participant wise OI data? I don't even know what you mean by that. Participant wise OI data. Okay. Open interest data. Cool. All right. I'll look into it later. I want to make a video about open interest at some point because I've been meaning to. Not trade with clients. Okay, I put that in my notes too. Did I screenshot this yet? Let's redo this. Jake trades it, ghost model. Okay, this was literally a side quest. I was talking about the NQ actually. I was talking about basically I'm trying to show how this is such a beautiful 11 AM reversal and also example of how a really nice market maker model can be. Okay. So you have this external gap, retrace. This is the 11 AM reversal objective. From what I can tell or remember, 11 AM reversal, it has an objective. Okay. And in this case, it was the market open high. I mean, it's pretty obvious that that was the objective. But usually, when it's like a weekly profile, there's a weekly objective. There's a daily profile, there's a daily objective. When there's even a intraday profile like this, 11 AM reversal is definitely an intraday profile, right? There's going to be an objective. There's going to be what's it called? Objective. Should I say usually or not? Just like with weekly objectives for weekly profiles and daily objectives for daily profiles. Here, the 11 AM reversal profile objective, as seen here, is market open high. I need to make, because I don't think ICT ever really released intraday profiles. I need to make my own. Okay. So the other point I kind of wanted to get at here is this is also a market maker buy model, obviously. I mean, if you can't see that, I don't know. That's textbook. It's textbook ICT, like sell side curve, buy side curve, right? But within this market maker buy model, we have a first stage expansion and then a second stage expansion. So I want to look at both of those. Interestingly, this 1150, this launch macro is what allows us to get to our objective. So this is kind of a little bit of a learning experience, because we're gonna kind of see, like, what do we consider part of first stage distribution and second stage distribution. In my opinion, from what I've backtested, second stage distribution begins at the Reaper. Okay, and this is the Reaper gap. From my backtesting, that's kind of how it goes. Okay. This is weird. This is outside of any macro. It's just an expansion, but hey, it's okay. That's why we backtest, to learn, you know? So, yeah, for my backtesting, first stage distribution is going to start at the 2022 model gap. Second stage distribution is going to start at the Reaper. And from the Phoenix entry, honestly, well, maybe you could consider it. No, actually, I guess first stage distribution begins at the Phoenix model. But for simplicity, we could just say it starts at the at the 2022 model gap. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna say it starts at the 2022 model gap. Prior to Phoenix model, in my opinion, it's not really a market maker buy model yet, honestly. Or maybe it's 0th stage distribution. I don't know. I would consider even this like somewhat of a Wyckoff formation, right? See, like I said, first stage starts at this 2022 model gap here. So honestly, prior to the 2022 model gap, I don't think it's a market maker buy model yet. Very short first stage. Then this, starting at the 2022 gap, I consider this the first stage distribution. Right? Seems like first stage from here to here. It's interesting because this is like so much longer than the other one, but Takes way longer. Hey, what up, Shaw Wise? How's it going? So yeah, it's probably not the textbook ICT way he does it, but this is what I consider to be first stage and second stage of a market maker model, right? Where prior to the 2022 gap, I'm like, okay, it's nothing. Starting at the 2022 gap, I'm like, okay, this is first stage. Bro, you're fine. Hey, fine. That's all good. I'm fine too. I'm fine too. Are you a trader or what? You just find my channel just now? Keep going, bro. Thanks, Anas. How's it? Yeah, wow, everyone's here right now. Do I have Discord? Yeah, of course. It's free. The link's in my bio. Yes, I'm a trader. Okay, I'll join it. Sweet. Bet. I see you just joined. That's cool. And then I consider second stage to start at the Reaper gap. Very interesting. Oh, and then the last thing I wanted to add here, this little Wyckoff thing. Oh, and should we include true opens? One of the fastest ways to get the true opens is just turn this on and then just grab the... I'm backtesting too because this last 2 weeks I've been a losing streak. Yeah, man, that's how it is. You grind harder when you're in those losing streaks. You grind harder. I've been there. I know how it is, bro. I get it. Do you trade every day on stream? Yeah, well, I try to. Some days I miss. Like, sometimes I'm not live, but I try to be live every day, yeah. So, I'm not perfect. I miss some days, but I try. I try. So there's 922.30. We could go down. Was there 730? Yeah. And there's got to be a low time frame one too. Yeah. I mean, look at that. Wow. That's really cool. 1036. I think I marked this out earlier, but let's mark it out again. Do you have Instagram? Yeah, follow me on Instagram, bro. I have no followers on Instagram. No one follows me, so yeah. I want to grow my Instagram. I suck at Instagram. I suck at Twitter. So if you want to follow me on either of those, feel free. Wow, it feels kind of crowded though a little bit on my chart. Did I already save this? You guys see how we come back and backfill this? You know what? We don't need the true opens right now. It's fine. It makes there's too much on the chart. Okay. I want to have as little as possible here, even though this is not that. This is a lot. Okay. It's a lot, but I want it. I want basically all of it. And then I'm gonna screenshot it. I followed you. Hey, thanks guys. Y'all are so nice. I can't get followers. I suck at Instagram, and I'm gonna try and do a 3,000 subscriber post. So I've been meaning to. So I'm probably going to eventually, but I don't know when. But I'm trying to do one for every 1,000. So I did one at 1,000. Now I'm at, or then I did one for 2,000. Now I want to do one for 3,000, and then maybe 4,000 and 5,000. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, market maker model stages. Okay. How many years since you became a trader? I've been trading like every day nonstop for 3 years now, like consistently, like every single day, like 12 hours a day. I swear, not 12 hours, but you know what I mean? Like I'm just constantly on the charts. And then before that, I was in markets. I was in crypto for like since like 6 or 7 years. And yeah, that's basically it. I've been trading for 3 years now, and I've been in markets in general for like 6 or 7 years. So okay guys, what else do we look at? I mean, I feel like you can find so many examples of this, you know what I'm saying? I'd be curious to know. Actually, let's rewind this. Let's bring this back for just a second. I'd be curious to see if this is in a GB range, okay? Now we're dropped down. Now we're really dropped down and can see it in detail here. This is the fun part. We got to see if this is a GB range, okay? Now I actually can bring back those true opens. Since we have more room. Yeah, I'm just chilling, guys. I'm just chilling. You have a Halcyon protocol. That's a model I nicknamed. I could show you guys that as well. Let's see. So what was I gonna do? I legit don't even remember now. Oh yeah, get the low time from Tropin. What's your POV on gold? Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to do the analysis. I do not know. What's your POV on gold? Like, and also, what do you mean, like gold in general, or like whether I think it's gonna go up or down? Everyone always wants to know what I think about gold, and I never have a good answer. I don't think about gold. That's my answer. I hardly look at gold. Maybe I should more. It's interesting. Gold's interesting. I just don't trade it most of the time, or don't really look at it. Maybe I should more though. Right, so this is what I was trying to get at. Here, let's get this let's not have this be cluttered. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot this again one more time, but now with like more detail on the true opens and stuff. Let's see, what? Is my Wi-Fi not working? Market maker buy model. What do I call this? But in more detail. I've been 1.5 years in trading and still didn't make my first payout. Bro, this trading is like genuinely a marathon. And people will say like 1 year is enough. I don't think it's enough. I think realistically, like maybe like 3 to 5 years is like your actual realistic like first real consistency, because people don't understand just the amount of knowledge that is coming your way. You have to filter out what's actually important, what's useful, what's not. I mean, you have to learn your trading style, what works for you. I mean, there's a million things, and in all honesty, I think that trading is like, people are like, oh, trading is not hard at all, and like, no, let's just be so for real. Trading is really, really hard. Okay, so yeah, it's hard. Don't feel bad about yourself, bro. That's literally normal. That is literally normal. I think we got the point across with this. I don't know. Was there anything else I wanted to look at with this? I mean, you probably have some kind of like Reaper Abyss trade here, but I guess I just don't really care that much to look for it. Yeah, I don't really care. Let's look at something else. I'm done with this. Oh yeah, I was gonna check to see if it was GB range. Yeah. My guess is this will be the high. This will be the FVG partition. This will be the breaker partition. Pretty dang close. Yeah, basically, I mean, the extension is the high. That's sick. Bang. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. If anything, actually, I might be marking second stage distribution out like badly. Like this is really what second stage distribution was, honestly. Like, don't you think? Like when you hit this high, the stealing range, this is really when it's over. I mean, that's obviously the higher time frame objective, but it takes us way longer to hit it. What's this partition? Bearish breaker. That is sick. Okay. Yeah, it's aligned with Goldbach. That's my point. Yeah, that's sweet. Okay, screenshotting that again. Okay, now let's move on. I might take a break, guys. Honestly, I've been going for a while. I'm gonna take a break. All right. Bro, I see a video about your model. I'll go watch it now. I have lots of different videos on lots of different things, not just my model. There's like a billion videos on everything you could need to know. If you have any questions about anything, just let me know. And I have basically does their model is working. Basically, the main ways I trade, there's really only three. There's inversion for value gaps. I mean, there's actually more, but there's only, for the most part, it all comes back to the main three, which are inversion for value gaps, change state delivery, and outside bars. Okay, but the main idea is you're trading liquidity. You're looking for a sweep, and you're looking for the model to be framed, and you're targeting old highs or old lows in the market. So, but I mean, I could take a rejection block. I could take there are other things I could take. Rejection blocks are just super. They're high risk, high reward, and that's just not how I'm trading currently. But I do like rejection blocks. Putting in work, hopped on the chart, do the same, and saw the stream. Let's go. Yeah, I just got back from a break. I was just backtesting like crazy. Oh, to do the same. Oh, yeah. I was just backtesting like crazy. Now I'm back, and I'm about to get started again. Actually, I've been going for I've been going for 4 freaking hours. I might end it soon, but it feels like there's a lot of people here. I don't know right now. I'm gonna maybe pick a different song, and then maybe I'll get started again. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably just take a minute or two, and then I'll start actually charting a lot again. So. Okay. All right, I'll get going again. All right, so we'll keep looking at Friday. Let's look more around market open. I like looking at the most recent day, because if I don't look at the most recent day, then I have to scroll back way far in the chart, and I hate doing that. Also, I'm loving this new indicator that I just made. Like, that plots the true opens and the dividers. Like, I had it set up, but not like this. This is way better. We could also look at PM session. What do you guys think? You know what? Let's actually look at this lunch reversal, because I think I know what happened. What happened was, this looks low resistance, but it wasn't. Oh, whoa, what's that? Wait, can we look at this first? How much time did it take to get to your first payout? I don't know, like 2 years, but also, I mean, even I'm not perfect. Like I still don't, you know, trade perfectly all the time. So just keep that in mind. But what I would say though, like yeah, so I don't even trade on props anymore. I trade on personal. I've just I'm at the point where I'm not. I'd rather not have to deal with passing accounts and all that stuff. That's just where I'm at. We don't fill this new day opening gap. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with this, but I think it's important. Why don't we? It's probably because it's a daily volume imbalance. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't fill it. That's weird. Let's go check. Why doesn't it? I think it's because it's a daily volume balance. Or, I guess, whatever you call this. Look at that, right? Now, that's not really what I was trying to get at. But if you guys want, let's just start with this then. Doesn't it just look beautiful? Like a little puzzle fits in fits in perfectly. That's how your trade should be. It should feel like it's like a completion to something that was already meant to be. That's kind of how the best trades are. Is just like they're so good it just fits. It fits exactly what the market wants. Those are the best trades. Okay. So this is daily volume balance. So much movement after hours that from 16 o'clock to 18 o'clock is this whole range, but the end dog's to the downside. That's kind of rare. Let's also look at a couple other things. Let's see if there's SMT. Where's 5 a.m.? This is on Friday. Okay. Okay, there should be at least one SMT. Yep, it's with the S&P. That's perfect. Check this out, right? S&T here. I will clean this up, don't worry. You know what? Let's actually make this dark like this. And then, wow, I really want that indicator where I could just tap a time, and then all the true opens prior to it would just populate. But I want that. Sorry, I have to go on a side quest. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if is it possible for me to code my own tool? Might not be possible. I'll let you know what it says. This is a really nice Phoenix model. For those who've ever wondered like what a good Phoenix model looks like, welcome. And it will also leave. You can let's see. You can code something that behaves like your own custom tool, but it can't add a brand new tool. Okay. So, everyone, for those who want to see a good Phoenix model, okay? There's a rejection block, okay? Came with time-based SMT. 90-minute. I want to keep improving my templates. It's just way too many templates. Yeah, let's delete that. I don't use that. Yeah, I don't use that. Just over time, I want to delete those because there's just way too many. And also, it may often just leave a giant void like that. Look at the rejection block taking out these equal highs as well. Right, you see this? So now I'm wondering, hello, my friend. Guess who I am? I have no idea, bro. Who are you? I wonder if it's better to mark the rejection block out like this. Something to look at later. But yeah, this is what I was trying to get at is... Oh, come on. I don't know what, like... I don't think I've ever met someone named Torturous Mind. What do you mean, oh, come on? I don't know. Who are you? Wait, tell me. Oh, now I want to know. Okay. What? What the? Bro, I was not expecting your name to be that. That's funny. So yeah, first we're gonna mark this out as just the regular rejection block trade. Thanks. Dude, why is your name Torturous Mind? By the way, if anyone else is watching, I know who this person is. They're my friend in real life, so in case anyone was confused, they just texted me and told it was them, so. So yeah, we'll start with this. I like how this instant move up we tap into this, void back down into here. Did you just make your account right now? What's your profile pic? Now I have to check this out. I'm checking out your channel. Who is this person? Says you joined June 9th, 2025. So, I don't know. I don't know if you just made it, but hey, that's cool. Not that low. I guess you can consider it data low. But yeah, I'm just listening to music. I wish I could play my own music on stream, but that is how I get copyrighted. So I cannot do that. It's Ren, your favorite artist years ago. Wait, who is Ren? I don't think I've ever heard of a Ren. Is that their name on Spotify? Is just Ren? That's cool though. That's cool. Okay, what day was this? Friday? Yeah, this was way in the pre-market. So, saving this in my folder. 1 minute. And then as well, it's oh, I remember the other thing I wanted to do. I wanted to take this range from here to here, pop a quadrant on this, and then pop another quadrant on it. Oh yeah, that's sick. So we're in the upper, what's it called? Octal? Yeah. And then you could even take this a step further and say, okay, what about this? Where we go, yeah, upper 16th. That's fire. That's the other thing I wanted to check. That's cool. Okay. I need to make a new template. That's fire. Oh, what? So you also have the Phoenix Zero here. Why did I put plus? I meant minus. Oh, I was gonna look at the lower time from true opens. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream, guys. There's more I want to backtest with this specific part of price action, but I think I gotta be done. Okay. This was on Friday, right? Yep. All right. Ending the stream now. Thanks everyone for watching. Probably no one watching at this point, but it's all good. I'll see you guys in the next one.